Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity. I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to MahaKailasa. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. The moment you decide, you are
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadguruntam Namami. Nithyanandam, everybody. Welcome each and every one of you for today's Parashakti Akashic readings, manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru MahaSannidanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. A few security measures from Kailasa's National Security Agency. Photography, video and audio recording of any kind is strictly prohibited. Please be on mute and be on camera. And if you need to step out due to some unavoidable situation, please inform the digital security officer. A few important cautions. We welcome all the Kailasa-vasis attending from Kailasa's monasteries, gurukuls, temples, ashrams, and centers from around the world. We also welcome all the Facebook, Instagram, Nithyananda TV, Kailasa TV, Hinduism Now TV, Twitter and YouTube viewers, and all those who are blessed to have the Nayana Diksha, which is the two-way video conferencing, who are joining us for today's sacred spiritual program, the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Let us now learn about Devi Parashakti, the Divine Cosmic Mother. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, the Cosmic Mother. She is the Source Shakti, and it is her cosmic womb, the Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. She is the source of the Big Bangs and the black holes. Devi Parashakti is the divine consort of Paramashiva, who is the primordial god of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals the first and foremost relationship is mother. Ability to learn, even the idea to relate, starts with mother. Mother is an important way to connect with what you think as life. In the Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware your ability to connect with the mother should be directed to the cosmos. It should inspire, it should awaken your higher consciousness. It should inspire your higher consciousness to express through you. Connecting with life as mother is the most easiest, most sweetest, and most beautiful form to ever connect with. And today, out of his extreme love and compassion, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself and gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, and delivering profound spiritual truths, ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivam itself. What is Bhava Samadhi Darshan? The very word Samadhi comes from the Sanskrit root words Sama and Adi. Sama means oneness and Adi means source. Samadhi means one with the source. What is Bhava? Bhava means attitude or aspect. Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through this aspect. Darshan literally means to have a glimpse of. In the Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment when we behold a deity, an avatar, or an enlightened being. As just seeing such beings can cleanse karmas of lifetimes and create a deep and lasting transformation in the receiver. Darshan is the powerful superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all times. He simply radiates darshan just as the sun radiates light. The auspicious moment when you are able to catch it becomes the moment of darshan for you, raising you to the next level of superconscious breakthrough, like hitting the reset button on your very being. The signs of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. The divine cosmic beings are real and they manifest from Kailasa, which is the enlightened time-space zone, through the deities and incarnations. The divine cosmic beings manifest through the Archavataras, which are the deities in the temples, and through the Bhava Samadhi Darshans, who are the Nijavataras, the incarnations. The Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of Nijavatar, manifesting Paramashiva, the Supreme Consciousness. Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as Nijavatara, the physical form of Devi Meenakshi. The Archavatara, which is the deity, reflects the consciousness and the manifestation of the superconscious energy. But human beings are not mature enough to receive this higher level experiences from the Archavatar directly. That is the reason the avatar, the physical embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap and create an experience of superconscious energy in all of us. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, awaken your Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human being. During the Darshan, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, and transform our lives. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neurons mirror that of the avatar. Mirror neurons activate all the process and observe movements or the information of the avatar just by seeing. So we learned about the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Let us now look at what is Akashic readings. Akashic readings are readings from the cosmic archives. They are not just some predictions. Beyond the time dimension, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time starts the past, the present, and the future. Because the Akashic records are stored in the Akasha, which is a space dimension, there is no past, present, or future. That is why whatever we call as happened, happening, and yet to happen is clearly recorded in the Akashic records. So till now we learned a brief introduction to Devi Parashakti and to the Bhava Samadhi Darshan and the Akashic readings. Next we're going to be learning about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism after a short break. Please stay tuned.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to MahaKailasa. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
Nithyanandam, everybody, welcome back. Let us now learn about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru MahaSannidanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, which is a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is a 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva. As per Hinduism, he has been recognized by his predecessors, who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities a lifestyle for humanity. Let us go over a brief timeline of the various coronations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Before 1981, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was identified as the 1008th living incarnation of Paramashiva by enlightened masters and spiritual adepts. In the year 1981, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was initiated into Bala Sannyas and Chaturmasya at the age of 3. In the year 1988, at the age of 10, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the future Guru MahaSannidanam of the Thandai Mandala Adhinam, which is the oldest monastic university. In the year 1994, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the successor of Arunachala Sarvajnapeetham by the Guru Parampara. In the year 1999, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the mission Nithyananda Sangha to revive Kailasa internationally. The same year, he was also coronated as the successor of Kashi Sarvajnapeetham. Here we are looking at the photographs taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the successor of Arunachala Sarvajnapeetham by the Guru Parampara at the age of 16. The Arunachala Sarvajnapeetham was founded by Paramashiva himself as Arnagi Yogeshwara, followed by Yogi Yogananda Puri, S.K. Swamigal, Mata Vivekananda Puri, and then the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In the year 1999, at the age of 21, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the mission Nithyananda Sangha to revive Kailasa internationally. Here are the photographs taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as a successor of Kashi Sarvajnapeetham.
On 4th November 2002, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham. On 1st January 2004, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the successor of Bhagyanagara Sri Pura Sarvajnapeetham. On 31st December 2004, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism became the incumbent emperor of the Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam of Suryavamsa lineage. Here are some of the pictures taken during the foundation of the Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham at the age of 24. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the current emperor of the Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam of the Suryavamsa lineage at the age of 26. In 2007, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the Guru MahaSannidanam of Adi Pallava Sarvajnapeetham. In 2007, he was declared as Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhada. On 27th April 2012, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the 293rd Guru MahaSannidanam of Madurai, Shyamalapeeta Sarvajnapeetham, the oldest Hindu papal state and the monastic kingdom. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the reviver of Adi Pallava Sarvajnapeetham at the age of 29 in 2007. He is also the 293rd Guru MahaSannidanam of Kailasa of the Shyamalapeeta Sarvajnapeetham. In 2013, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was officially coronated as Mahamandaleshwar, Supreme Spiritual Head of Mahanirvani Akhada, the largest apex monastic order and the youngest Mahamandaleshwar. In 2013, he was declared as the Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Atal Akhada, the oldest monastic order in Hinduism by Acharya Mahamandaleshwar Sukhdevanandji, the then incumbent spiritual head. In 2014, he was coronated as the Guru MahaSannidanam of Tanjavur Adinam. Here are some of the pictures taken during the coronation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhada. Here are some of the pictures where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is performing the rituals that are required for the coronation as the Guru MahaSannidanam of Tanjavur Adinam at the age of 36.
In the year 2014, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru MahaSannidanam of Thiruvarur Adinam, Vedaranyam Adinam, and the Panchanadi Kulam. And here are the photographs of the lineage of Gurus of the Thiruvarur Adinam and Vedaranyam Adinam. In the year 2015, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru MahaSannidanam of Dharmamukti Swargapuram Adinam, following which the same year he was also coronated as the Guru MahaSannidanam of Ayurveda Matha and was also elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 spiritual leaders and pontiffs. Here we can look at the photographs of the lineage of Gurus of the Dharmamukti Swargapuram Adinam, founded by Paramashivam himself, followed by Srila Sri Argya Tirchitrambala Desigar, Srila Sri Vaidalinga Desigar, Srila Sri Dandavani Desigar, and then the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here we are looking at the photographs when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru MahaSannidanam of Adipita Matha. And these are the photographs taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders and pontiffs. Next, we're going to be learning about some of the global initiatives of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism after a short break. Please stay tuned.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to MahaKailasa. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashivam, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Nithyanandam, everybody, welcome back. Let us now learn about the global initiatives of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Over 26 years of relentless humanitarian services and initiatives, including free vegetarian food, medical services, natural disaster relief, women empowerment initiatives, conflict resolution and peace initiatives, and sustainable Hindu practices through various international agencies and bodies. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has authored over 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages: English, Tamil, and Sanskrit. These have also been translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. And over 20 million copies of books and articles have been sold, read, and downloaded. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the world's largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million family scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been revered as the most prolific and most good guru in the digital world, read and watched by 1 billion plus followers in Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has delivered over 10,000 hours of discourses, which have garnered over 1 billion views on social media. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been respected as the commentator of all the sacred scriptures such as the Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, Jain Sutras, etc.
Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded internationally recognized Hindu leader. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been acclaimed as one of the top 100 spiritually influential living personalities by Vatican's Mind, Body, Spirit magazine. The Sovereign Order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan, Nithyananda Paramashivam, and Nithyananda Order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora, are working for global peace and to give super-conscious breakthrough to humanity. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the establisher of the largest Hindu university in the world, with satellite campuses in around 150 countries. He is also the establisher of 1,000 plus Kailasa enlightenment ecosystem all around the world. He is also the founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvajnapeethams.
We have now understood and learned about the various global initiatives by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let us now move on to the next segment of today's Bhava-Samadhi Darshan, which is the manifestation of the extraordinary Shaktis, the powers. The Balasans, Nityananda Yogis, and the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will now be demonstrating the powers of third eye and sharing with all the experiences and the results of these extraordinary power manifestations awakened in us through the Diksha or the initiation by the enlightened Guru. In today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, all of us will be receiving the initiation into the third eye awakening and various other powers with the grace and the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And we will be manifesting the powers of third eye, where we are able to see with our eyes closed. Third eye is the cosmic processing center that is located between your eyebrows, which upon initiation, one can effortlessly express the powers and see through the third eye, just as one would see with the 2 eyes. Let us now learn about the Shaktis. What are Shaktis? In the Vedagamas, which are the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashivam describes and reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to manifest 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis, the divine powers. Manifesting powers or Shaktis are described as a system, a method, and a science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and have access to various states of consciousness. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are a divine and that you need to manifest divine. not that you are a man and that you need to reach divine.
Let us now understand some of the differences between Shaktis and Siddhis. Shaktis express from the space of enlightenment and as a side effect of winning connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment, and Siddhis are on path of enlightenment. The Shaktis of Paramashivam manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after the initiation from the altar. And Shaktis are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not permanent, and Siddhis may divert you from enlightenment. Let us now understand about Paramashiva, the source of Shaktis. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading and changing beyond time, space, form, and causality. As a fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya of 5 cosmic acts of Shrishti, which is creation, Stuti, sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Throbhava, pulling out of the illusion, Anugraha, liberating grace for all living entities.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru MahaSannidanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, is the 1008th living incarnation of Paramashiva. He is also the reviver of Kailasa, which is the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization and nation. And ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been a cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment and powers was lived and taught as a lifestyle. And for the very first time in the modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and powers at a record-breaking pace never accomplished before. The knowledge and science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next through the Diksha or the initiations by the enlightened gurus. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught these sciences to revive the initiations and knowledge repositories for billions to manifest the science of power manifestation. From the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga and Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Satya Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita and Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana and Paramashiva Vijnana. So how do we awaken these divine Shaktis in us? We're going to be looking about that after a short break. And today we're going to be manifesting the power of body scanning. Those of you who would like to experience the power of body scanning can put your questions and you can message us on the social media platforms. We shall choose one of you and manifest the power. Let us now come back together after a short break.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to MahaKailasa. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashivam, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all.
Nithyanandam, everybody, welcome back. Let us now look at how we can awaken these divine Shaktis in our life. Every ultimate truth, which is the jnana, when it is mapped into our consciousness, which is the prajna, manifests as the power and the possibility of every being. Let us now look at a beautiful video on the science of initiation.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayah. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi diksha vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi tasmat sarva prayatnena guruna dikshito bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process, and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of.
We saw a beautiful video on the science of initiation. Let us now look at how this science of power manifestation is authenticated. It is authenticated through four aspects of evidences or the pramanas. The first is the Shastra Pramana, which are the eternal and unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. The next is the Apta Pramana, which is the experiences and results of Aptas or authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who have time tested and verified the science. The next is the Atma Pramana, which is a personal experience of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The fourth is the Pratyaksha Pramana, which is the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation.
Vedagamas is a living applied science, and Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindu. Vedas are pure science where the ultimate truths are explained, and Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Vedagamas are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashivam. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths, and a reference cited from the Shastra or source scriptures is called the Shastra Pramana.
Let us now get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye. Today we are going to be manifesting the power of body scanning. Those of you who are interested and who would like to experience this power manifestation can put a message on our social media platforms that you would like to experience this power manifestation of body. In this power of body scanning, one awakens the ability to scan the body for illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues, and provide solutions through the third eye. Let us look at the Shastra Pramana for this power of body scanning. It is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 54. Swadehi jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tattvani yani nilayam dhyatmante vyajyate para. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body or of the whole universe simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva, and by the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi, Adi Shakti, is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens.
Next, we have the Apta Pramana. Tere was Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agastya. One day, a man suffering from severe headache comes to Agastya for healing. Agastya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a small tere, a type of frog, sitting in the person's brain. Agastya immediately instructs Teraya, his disciple, to perform an open heart surgery and remove the frog. After the surgery is completed successfully, the person is healed and cured of the headache. Thus, he gained the name Teraya. Next, we have the Atma Pramana. On 22nd December 2019, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Kailasa, revealed how Swami uses the power of body scanning. Paraphrasing in his words, only when I had a multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs, and it was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. Through body scanning, I found out what the problems, imbalances had happened and where balance has to be done. So I used allopathy as a second opinion to verify my findings.
Here, we're looking at the Sakshi Pramana, which is the experiences and the results of these extraordinary power manifestations happening through the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let us now manifest the power, the experience this power manifestation of body scanning. So today we'll be manifesting this power for Bhaskar, who has requested for this power of body scanning. So I'll now be chanting the Mahavakya, connecting myself in the space of oneness with Swamiji and revealing whatever Swamiji is showing. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. What Swamiji revealed is that the back pain that you're having is because of a very powerless cognition, a very constrictive, limited cognition that you're carrying about life, that life itself is a burden. And it is that cognition which is causing a lot of stress on your shoulders and on your back. Swamiji revealed that whatever amount of medications or any other physical therapies, whatever you take, the back pain is not going to subside, because it is something that has been deep-rooted about your very cognition of life itself. So Swamiji revealed for you to do the root pattern completion so that you can be healed from the back pain once for all. And naturally, when you drop the cognition that life is a burden, you will see that financial abundance starts manifesting in your life. You can attend the Paramashivam level 3 program where you will experience this completion, and you can experience the health once again in your life. So this is what Swamiji revealed. You can share with all of us how you're able to relate with what was revealed. So with this, we are coming towards the conclusion of this particular segment of the power manifestation and the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Let us now move on to the next segment of today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan after a short break.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to MahaKailasa. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns, or life negativity only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashivam, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater signs is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater signs of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to MahaKailasa. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression, or the worst suicidal patterns, or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashivam, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashivam with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to MahaKailasa. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression depression, or the worst suicidal patterns, or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
Yes, Nithyanandam, we welcome you all back to the Devi Parashakti Akasha Churum segment. So in this segment, we're going to see the manifestation of Devi Parashakti and how she has manifested as the Nijavatar of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And we're going to see the revelation of the Devi Parashakti. So let us enter into the segment. First, let us understand how this divine feminine consciousness is unique to the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism said the sacred feminine tradition is a unique contribution to the Sanatana Hindu Dharma from the spiritual consciousness. Because even with what Vedic tradition gave is lost, and just the sacred feminine tradition is there, and the whole thing can be revived back.
The sacred feminine tradition is there, then the whole thing can be revived back. That is the seed. Hinduism has at least 10,000 sampradayas, subsects. Of all the sampradayas are lost for some reason, and only this one sampradaya, the Devi sampradaya, worship remains. The whole thing can be brought back because the whole thing is centered on this one mother worship. Mother worship carries the blueprint, the hologram of the whole Vedic tradition. That sacred feminine worship is a hologram of Vedic tradition. There is no enlightened being on planet Earth without worshipping the sacred feminine, including me. I'm basically a Shakta. I myself followed Devi worship from the beginning. If you see my biography and all the deities I carved, the darshan I had, all mother-based, Devi-based. Sanatana Hindu Dharma and feminism. So let's look at this video, which will guide us and share this.
Hinduism is the most feministic religion, I tell you. In Hinduism, not just religion, even the Hindu economy, Hindu social system, everything is feminist. The women-centered, everything is feminist. When time comes, I'll try to reveal more details about it. How the woman is the foundation of Hindu civilization. They formed the basis of Hindu civilization. Someone asked Ramakrishna, when he was in deathbed, literally everyone knows that he is going to leave the body soon. I should not use the word deathbed for the great incarnations like him. They never die, but the time to leave their body. Everyone knows that he is going to leave the body. Close, sincere devotees of him, they come and ask him, Bhagavan, how can you leave the body so soon? Still, you have not trained enough people to continue your mission. Only few boys are trained and they are too young. He smiles and says, one woman is enough to carry my mission. She is already trained, Sharada Devi. She is trained enough. She will be the foundation from which this Ramakrishna Sampradaya, this whole civilization, revival will start. And that's true. It is she
Parashakti Jagat Janani Sharada Devi. She formed the foundation for this whole Ramakrishna Sampradaya to flower. I tell you, in Hindu civilization, spirituality, religion, Hindu economy, everything is centered on mother, on women.
Sri Ramakrishna Paramhamsa was a great avatar who lived from 1836 to 1886. He says, Shiva is the Brahman, but Devi has the key to reach Brahman. Unless she opens, nobody can reach. Very beautifully, he describes a home scene. Even though the husband is the owner, the key to the house will be on the hip of the mother. Either you have to fall at the feet of the mother, or these small sons of the mother. Only they can touch the place, the hip of mother, and remove the key. Nobody else can touch. So either surrender to mother, or people who are closer to mother to reach. Sabraviddham Brahmaswarupini Matta Prakriti Purushatmakam Jagachanya Cha Shunya Cha Ahamanandananda Vijnana Vijnanena Ham Brahma Brahmani Veditavyam Ityahartha Varani Shruti. She, Devi, replied, I am essentially Brahman. From me has proceeded the world comprising Parashakti and Purusha, the void and the plenum. I am all form of bliss and non-bliss. Knowledge and ignorance are myself. Brahman and non-Brahman are to be known, says the scriptures of Atharvans. Devi Upanishad, verse 2. Aham panchabhutani ahamakilam jagat vedoham vidyaham ajaha manajaham adaschordvascha tiryachavam. I am the five elements. I am the five elements, as also what is different from them. I am the entire world. I am the Veda, as well as what is different from it. I am the unborn. I am the born. Below and above and around am I. Devi Upanishad, verse 3. Devi Parashakti. Devi, the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb, from which billions and billions of universes come out and go. Source, where the Big Bang and the black holes go on. Parashakti is the source, source Shakti, source energy, source power, from which all of us come, in which all of us are even now, and in which all of us are going to merge. Out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodiment form as the Nijavatara of SP Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru MahaSannidanam, His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to all our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. In the words of Devi Parashakti herself,
Om, Om, Om. Om, Om, Om. ஓம் எனும் ஓங்காரத்து உட்பொருளாய் மலர்ந்து உயிர்த்தெழுந்து இறையனார் இடப்பாகத்திருந்து குமரி ஓம், ஓம், ஓம். ஓம், ஓம், ஓம். ஓம் எனும் ஓங்காரத்து உட்பொருளாய் மலர்ந்து உயிர்த்தெழுந்து இறையனார் இடப்பாகத்திருந்து குமரிக்கண்டம் ஆளும் மீனாட்சி மலர்ந்தேன் இங்கு நல்லருள் செய்திடவும் நல்வாக்கு தந்திடவும் ஆனந்தம் ஞானத்தொடு பூரண அன்பு ஏகம் அநேகமாய் ஆகிய இப்புலகிற்கு பரமசிவன் ஞானம் தர வந்தேன் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி. அருளாட்சி அரசாட்சி பொருளாட்சியோடு நன்மாட்சிமையோடு ஆட்சி செய்யும் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான். கருணையே வடிவாய் கண்மலர்ந்து நன்மை செய்திட வந்திட்டேன். மாந்தர்கள் கேளுங்கள் இந்த பெருநன்மை சத்தியத்தை, கேட்டு நீங்கள் வாழ்ந்திட கேடும் பெருந்துக்கமும் உங்களுக்கில்லை. கேட்டிடுங்கள் இவ்வினாடி என்னை கண்டுகொண்டும் கேட்டுக்கொண்டும் இருக்கும் உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நான் அளிக்கும் தீட்சை. நானே நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் கடந்த உயிர்ப்பாய் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்குள்ளும் இருக்கின்றேன். பரமசிவோகம் 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 பரமசிவோகம். இதை தீட்சையாய் ஏற்று இதே உணர்வோடு அமர்ந்திருங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் எல்லா நன்மையும் வரமும் ஞானமும் அருளும் அளிக்கின்றேன். ஓங்காரத்தின் உட்பொருளாய் வேதமொடு ஆகமம் மெய்யாய் வெளிப்பட்டு உபவேதங்கள் உபாகமங்கள் அனைத்துமாய்
உயர்ந்து நின்று தத்துவங்கள் ஆராய் உண்மையை செப்பி ஜகம் முழுவதும் ஞானம் அளிக்கும் பாரதி பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான். ஆய கலைகள் 64 உடலும் மனமும் உயர்வை அடைந்திடும் பரமசிவ சக்திகளை உங்களுக்குள் மலர்த்தவே வந்திருக்கின்றேன். அஷ்ட சித்திகளும் அஷ்ட கன்மமும் ஆதி சக்தி பரமேஸ்வரியாய் மலர்ந்து உங்கள் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் ஆனந்தம் அளிக்கின்றேன். அஞ்சாதீர், ஆனந்தத்தோடிருப்பீர். ஓம் 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 ஹ்ரீம் 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 ஓம் ஹ்ரீம்.
Nithyananda. How you should now will enter into section which will show how to receive Devi Parashakti. Literally, you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there in your screen. So always receive her very traditionally. Keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen. Watch the Devi. Coin is considered traditional dakshina. In the Hindu tradition, it can be the lowest value. In India, it can be even 1 paise. In USA, it can be a cent even. I am not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent. It is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay. Offer that to Devi. After darshan is over, do the namaskar and eat the banana, betel leaf and betel nut. Take it as a prasadam immediately. Collect those coins and send it to the LA temple. This betel leaf, betel nut may look like too small, but in few days, you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take Devi Darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. Prepare to receive the grace and blessings of Devi Parashakti. Let's enter into this video.
I wanted to give you one sacred secret to all of you. Do this Panchabhuta Yoga. See, whenever you want to ask any question to Devi and receive the answer, on the day, do this Panchabhuta Yoga. Means, apply only mud on the body and take bath. Don't apply any chemical on the body to take bath. Just that Puttuman means that anthill mud. Only that apply on the body and take bath. Don't apply anything else. That is mud. Earth part, earth component. Second, water. Drink only water that day. Don't eat, drink, don't do anything other than drinking water. When you come for the Parashakti Sakashik reading, at least for a few hours prepare yourself. Maybe 10 hours ahead. Just drink only water and keep yourself
active. Third, the fire in your stomach should be allowed to burn without any food dumped on it. Just the pure fire. You can chant Omkara to intensify it, or Mahavagya, Ajapa Japa, but pure fire, no food, nothing. That pure fire should be encouraged. And just be in the free air, open space, breathing the whole sky, at least few hours before. And intensely unclutch to get the power of the space, Akasha. See, listen. Akasha is an intense energy. Just like the other bhutas, like earth, water, fire, air, the Akasha also is a pure consciousness. It is intelligence, living energy. Once you start unclutching, you manifest Akasha's energy in you, consciousness in you. So do this Panchabhuta Yoga. Your questions will be surely answered immediately by Parashakti. If you just do this Panchabhuta Yoga and come for the Devi Akashic reading, she will simply answer your questions. I'll repeat. Apply the anthill mud and take bath, or even clay. Don't use any other chemical. Take bath just with a mud. Second, drink only water. No other food or juice at least for 10 hours ahead. If possible, that whole day. Third, intensify the Agni in your stomach without dumping any food on it. Just through the Omkara, Ajapa Ajapa, ignite it, intensify it. Fourth, walk around and breathe in an open space, at least for a few hours before. Fifth, try to unclutch as intensely as possible to receive the Akasha energy, Chitambara, Chitambara, that energy of cosmic space. With this Panchabhuta Yoga, come to Parashakti's Akashic reading. Surely she will answer your questions.
Nithyananda. Welcome back to this section, Revelations by Devi Parashakti. Yes, we're coming back. With this, we'll be moving on to the next segment where we're going to see the revelation of the Devi Parashakti. So in this segment, we're going to see one of the revelations of the Devi Parashakti, and we're going to discuss about how it is manifested in the world now. As we all know, when the pandemic has started, literally the whole world has lost their hope in their life. Here, Devi has come out of her extreme love and compassion, and she is continuously giving us the revelations of what is the pandemic is going to about and how we can save ourselves from this pandemic. She is continuously giving out of her extreme love and compassion. And she has revealed many things about how it is going to affect the humanity. Here in this segment, first, let us listen to the one of the revelation of Devi Parashakti. And later we're going to discuss about how it is manifested in the world now. And we're going to have the solution given by Devi Parashakti also. Let us watch the revelation first.
ஓம் 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 ஓங்காரத்துயர்ந்து பாங்காய் வேதமொடு ஆகமமாய் வெளிப்பட்டு ரீங்காரமாய் மலர்ந்து பரஷோடசியாய் நிறைந்து 40 முக்கோணம் வாழும் கையிலை ஸ்ரீபுரச் சிந்தாமணி கிருகத்தில் இருக்கும் கைலாச சுவாமினி பரஷோடசி பரமசிவன் பாகம் அமர்ந்து பாராளும் பரமேஸ்வரி பரமசக்தி மனோன்மணி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் நிஜாவதாரம் கொண்டேன் இங்கு எல்லோர்க்கும் நல்வரம் தந்திட எல்லா நன்மையும் அருளிட இரண்ய கர்ப்பஸ்வரூபிணி பிரம்மாண்டயோனி சாம்பவி சந்திரமௌலி ரபலா அபர்ணா உமா பார்வதி சாவித்ரி நவயவனா சாம்ராஜ்யலக்ஷ்மி பரமேஸ்வரி பரஷோடசி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் உருக்கொண்டு இங்கு நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்தேன். அருட்பெருங்கருணையினால் அருளுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். மக்களே, உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நன்மை செய்யவே நாம் இங்கு நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு கொண்டு நிஜாவதாரமாய் இறங்கி வந்து
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense Om 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 ஓங்காரத்துயர்ந்து பாங்காய் வேதமொடு ஆகமமாய் வெளிப்பட்டு ரீங்காரமாய் மலர்ந்து பரஷோடசியாய் நிறைந்து 40 முக்கோணம் வாழும் கையிலை ஸ்ரீபுரச் சிந்தாமணி கிருகத்தில் இருக்கும் கைலாச சுவாமினி பரஷோடசி பரமசிவன் பாகம் அமர்ந்து பாராளும் பரமேஸ்வரி பரமசக்தி மனோன்மணி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் நிஜாவதாரம் கொண்டேன் இங்கு எல்லோர்க்கும் நல்வரம் தந்திட எல்லா நன்மையும் அருளிட. இரண்ய கர்ப்பஸ்வரூபிணி பிரம்மாண்டயோனி சாம்பவி சந்திரமௌலி ரபலா அபர்ணா உமா பார்வதி சாவித்ரி நவயவனா சாம்ராஜ்யலக்ஷ்மி பரமேஸ்வரி பரஷோடசி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் உருக்கொண்டு இங்கு நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்தேன். அருட்பெருங்கருணையினால் அருளுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். மக்களே, உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நன்மை செய்யவே நாம் இங்கு நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு கொண்டு நிஜாவதாரமாய் இறங்கி வந்தோம். இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள், நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். காலம் காலமாய் அவதார புருஷர்கள் வந்து மலர்ந்து உலகிற்கு நன்மை செய்யும் மிக பெரும் ஞான பூமி பாரதம். இருக்கின்ற ஒரு பாரதத்தை இழக்க இயலாது மக்களே. ஞான கர்ப்பத்தை மலடாக்க இயலாது. வாழையடி வாழையென ஞானிகளும் அவதார புருஷர்களும் வந்தே தீர வேண்டும், வாழ்ந்தே தீர வேண்டும், மலர்ந்தே தீர வேண்டும். உலகிற்கு அதுவே உத்தம நன்மை. ஒரு சில கயவர்கள் மாயையில் சிக்கி செய்திட்ட சதிகளால் உலகை பலி கொடுக்க ஆகாது. சிருஷ்டி நஷ்டமடைய கூடாது. பிரபஞ்சம் அழிந்துவிடக் கூடாது. பிரளயத்து இருந்து இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தை காக்கவே பெரும் கப்பல் நானொன்று செய்தேன். அதன் பெயரே ஆதி கைலாசம். ஆதி கைலாசம் இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தில் இருக்கும் ஞான சக்திகளை ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே நாம் செய்த கப்பல். துரோகிகள் சூழ்ச்சியாலும் விரோதிகள் ஆட்சியாலும் வழியின்றி கப்பலை விட்டு மாலுமியே ஒதுங்க வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததையா. அதனால்தான் ககனம் கொந்தளித்து பேரழிவை நோக்கி சென்று கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. மக்களே, அறியாத தனத்தினால் மாயையில் சிக்கி குழந்தைகள் தவறு செய்தாலும் பிரபஞ்சம் அழியாது காக்க வேண்டியது பராசக்தி, பரமசக்தி, பரஷோடசி மனோன்மணியின் பொறுப்பென்பதால் சத்தியங்கள் சிலவற்றை சொல்லுகின்றேன். நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள். அடுத்த சில மாதங்களில் 1000 அல்ல, லட்சம் அல்ல, கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். இந்திய நாட்டினில் கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். உண்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன். தேடிக்கொள்ளுங்கள் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கைக்கு பாதுகாப்பை. ஆதி கைலாசத்தை நிர்வகிக்கும் அன்பர்களே, நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக வரப்போகும் இந்த மாபெரும் பிரளயத்தை தெரிந்து கொண்டு உலகில் இருக்கும் எல்லா ஔஷத சக்திகளையும் ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி நவபாஷாணத்து நிறுத்தி
ஆனந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் ஸ்தாபித்து வைத்தேன். வருகின்ற குரு பூர்ணிமையோடு 12 ஆண்டுகள் அந்த ஞான ரசவாதம் பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து முழுமையான நவபாஷாண லிங்கமாய் மலர்ந்து விடுகின்றது. வருகின்ற குரு பௌர்ணமியில் இருந்து வருகின்ற எல்லோரும் அங்கு வந்து நவபாஷாண தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடிச் செல்ல அனுமதியுங்கள். அதற்கு வகை செய்யும் விதத்திலே நல்ல முறையிலே எல்லா நன்மையும் செய்து வையுங்கள். இந்த தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடியோர்க்கும் அந்த தீர்த்தத்தை அருந்தியோர்க்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று வராது, மரணம் இல்லை, துக்கம் இல்லை. இது அறிவியல் பூர்வமாய் அனுபவபூர்வமாய் நிரூபிக்கப்படும். அதனால் கோடிக்கணக்கில் மக்கள் வரிசையில் நின்று தினந்தோறும் வந்து நவபாஷாணத்தாலான ஆனந்த லிங்கத்தில் நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தில் நீராடி வணங்கி நன்மை பெற்றுச் செல்வார்கள். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. ஆதி கைலாசத்து நிர்வாகிகளே, இந்த ஒரு சேவையை உலகத்திற்கு செய்யுங்கள். நீங்கள் செய்த எல்லா கர்மங்களுக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தமாகும். நல் அமைதியும் ஞானமும் யோகமும் உங்களுக்கும் கிட்டும், உலகத்திற்கும் கிட்டும். 12 ஆண்டுகள் முன்பாக பராசக்தி நான் செய்து வைத்த நவபாஷாணம் சித்தித்து புளித்து பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து ரசவாத யோகத்தில் சித்தியாகி இன்று நிறைந்த நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் மலர்ந்திருக்கின்றது. இதை செய்த காரணம் வரப்போகும் பிரபஞ்சத்தின் பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே. எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நேரடியாய் மறைமுகமாய் உதவி செய்து உடன் இருந்த எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோரையும் நம்பியே இந்த படகை நாம் உருவாக்கினோம். இந்த பெரும் சேவையில் எல்லோரும் வந்து பாகமாயிருந்து கொரோனா வராதவர், வந்தவர், வந்து நீங்கியோர் இவர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் மாபெரும் மருந்து நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்து தீர்த்த விருந்து. எல்லோரும் வந்து நல் நீராடி தற்காப்பும் பெற்று நோய் கண்டவர் நோயும் தீர்ந்து நன்மையெல்லாம் அடைந்திட இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, உங்களால் இயன்றதை செய்திடுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நல் பாதுகாப்பும் உண்டு, நல்லதும் உண்டு. என்னை இழந்தாலும் என்னை நீங்கள் மறுத்தாலும் உங்களை நான் காப்பேன். அஞ்சாதீர்கள். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் நான் செய்து வைத்த கப்பலை உபயோகித்து இந்த ஆழிப் பிரளயத்தின் பெருங்கூத்து ஊழிக் கூத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். உண்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன், நன்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன். பிராயஷ்சித்தம் வேண்டுமென்றும் காப்பாற்ற வேண்டுமென்றும் கதறிய பக்தர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பெருங்கருணையினால் தீர்வை தந்து விட்டேன். அன்பர்களே, பக்தர்களே, சீடர்களே, என் சொல் கேட்கும் நேர்மையான தொண்டர்களே, புயல் என புறப்படுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு தேவையானதெல்லாம் உடனடியாய்ச் செய்து வரப்போகும் மக்களுக்கெல்லாம் அன்னதானம் செய்து அவர்கள் நல்லபடி வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி நவபாஷாண மருந்தையே விருந்தாய்க் கொண்டு நோயிலிருந்து தற்காப்பும் பெற்று உயிர்காப்பும் பெற்று நல்லபடியாய் வாழ்ந்திட தேவையான சேவைகளை செய்யுங்கள். இதுதான் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தம். நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு தாங்கி நிஜாவதாரமாய் நான் இந்திய நாட்டில் வந்தபொழுது என்னை வைத்து வாழாத பெருங்குற்றத்திற்கு பிராயஷ்சித்தம் இதுவே உங்களுக்கு. இதை யாவது செய்து, இது ஒன்றையாவது செய்து உங்களையும் காத்துக்கொள்ளுங்கள், நாட்டையும் காத்திடுங்கள். கோடிகளில் உயிர்கள் போகப் போகின்றது என்பதை நேரில் காண்பீர்கள். கண்ட பிறகுதான் நான் சொல்லும் வார்த்தையின் சத்தியமும் உண்மையும் உங்களுக்கு புரியப் போகின்றது. அழிவதற்கு முன் வந்து நவபாஷாண மருந்தை விருந்தாய்ப் பெற்று மரணத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் அன்னை பராசக்தி அருளினேன் சத்தியத்தை. இந்த ஒரு சத்தியத்தை உடனடியாய் புரிந்து கொண்டு உங்களுக்கும் உலகத்துக்கும் நன்மை செய்து கொள்ளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தின் எல்லைக்குள் ஆருக்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று தீண்டாது. இந்த சத்தியத்தை அனுபவபூர்வமாகவும் அறிவியற்பூர்வமாகவும் முழுமையாக நீங்கள் புரிந்து கொள்வீர்கள். இது நிரூபணமாகும். அன்னை பராசக்தி 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக உள்ள ஞான ஔஷத சக்திகள் அனைத்தையும் பிரம்மாண்ட யோனி ஹிரண்ய கர்ப்பத்திலிருந்து கொண்டு வந்து உருவாக்கி வைத்த நவபாஷாண லிங்கம் இன்று பிரளயத்திலிருந்து காக்கும் பெரும் கப்பலாய் உங்களுக்கு ஊதாவும். என இழந்தாலும் நான் செய்து வைத்த இந்த ரசவாத ஞானத்தின் துணை இழக்காமல் உங்களை நீங்களே காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். இது ஒன்றே வழி. மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
Yes. Let us see the English translation of what Devi has revealed to each one of us. Devi has said, the world cannot be sacrificed for the conquest is done by some ignorant thief who got struck in the Maya. Srishti should not have loss, cosmos should not have destruction. To save the cosmos from the Pralaya, I made a huge ship. Its name is Adi Kailasa. Adi Kailasa is the ship that will gather all the enlightened powers of this cosmos and save the people from the Pralaya. Through the tricks of the traitors, rules of the enemies, the time itself came for the city itself to be. That is why the sky is boiling and moving towards the huge destruction. People, even if the children do mistake by ignorance, by getting stuck in Maya, as if Parashakti, Paramashakti, Parashodasi, Manonmani, it's my responsibility to save the cosmos from the destruction. I'm telling some of the truths. Listen properly. Within next few months, not in thousands or lakhs, lives will be lost in crores. Crores of lives will be lost in India. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the good. Search for the protection for your life. Here Devi has revealed about what the pandemic is going to hit the humanity at the level of number she has mentioned. And Devi has mentioned long, long ago. But many of us have missed listening to that, and we thought, okay, now next segment, we're going to see what is manifested as Devi has revealed in the current world. As we all know, literally COVID is taking over the whole community now. Now in this segment, we're going to see multiple reports from the news agencies and the World Health Organizations, what they're talking about the COVID-19. And let us understand the ground reality. So before we head into the next segment, we like to have a short break. We request each one of you to stay tuned. Nithyananda.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to MahaKailasa. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment.
Nithyananda, welcome back. So now we'll look at world today with number of cases. Authorities in 223 countries and territories have reported about 410.3 million COVID-19 cases and 5.8 million deaths since China reported its first cases to the WHO in December 2019. People infected with COVID-19 at increased risk of developing heart conditions up to a year later. Pan American Health Organization warned that millions of people have fallen behind on routine immunization during the pandemic, causing outbreaks of diseases such as measles and diphtheria in the Latin America and Caribbean. Many doctors believe it's possible to have long-term effects of the Omicron variant of the virus. A lot of people who catch the coronavirus remain ill for an extended period. An estimated 10 to 40% later suffer from the long COVID. Alpha, then the Delta, and now Omicron. Delta variant became dominant and displaced Alpha in summer of 2021. It managed to do so because it was between 40% and 60% more transmissible. Now, the Omicron variant is even more transmissible than the Delta. In comparison with the original strain of SARS-CoV-2, Omicron contains 72 mutations throughout its genome. Omicron is often able to evade existing immunity long enough to start an infection, cause symptoms, and transmit onwards to the next person. This explains why reinfections and the vaccine breakthrough seems to be more common with Omicron. Many around when will this pandemic be over? The whole world is facing this one question. Many around the world are pinning their hopes on the vaccine, but even that isn't a quick fix. Polls show that some people may not be willing to be vaccinated. Even if someone is vaccinated, scientists don't yet know whether it's possible that they could get the virus and spread it, even if they don't get sick themselves. UK's recently announcement that it has identified a new strain of coronavirus that appears to be 70% more infectious than the old strain. Virus is getting strong and more virulent. New COVID-19 study highlights the suicide risk to the healthcare workers. A new study recently published says Australian healthcare workers has had thoughts of suicide or self-harm during the pandemic. Healthcare workers in Somalia suffer from high rates of anxiety, depression, and stress because of their work with COVID-19 cases. Initially, findings recorded a high prevalence of anxiety in the workforce at 69%, 46.5% for depression and for stress. The head of the World Organization the World Health Organization, Omicron is not a normal can kill. The head of the World Health Organization, WHO, said that it would be dangerous to assume that the highly transmissible Omicron was the last variant to emerge and that the world was in the end game of the pandemic. Since Omicron was the first identified a little over 10 weeks ago, more than 80 million cases had been reported to UN agency. More than were reported in the whole of 2020. Conditions are ideal for more variants to emerge. Next COVID-19 variant may be more infectious than Omicron, possibly deadlier, once the WHO organization. WHO epidemiologist and technical lead on the COVID-19, Dr. Maria, stressed that the pandemic is far from over and future variants will be some way more virulent than Omicron is now. They warned that the next variant could more easily evade immunity, rendering vaccines less effective. They cautioned that there is no guarantee the coronavirus will get weaker as it evolves and that although the world might hope that's the case, we can't bank on it. This is from India Today. The WHO's chief says that the impact will be felt among the most virulent groups, and the longer the pandemic drags, the impact would be worse. The WHO had warned that as the virus evolves, vaccines may need to evolve as well. variants from SARS-CoV-2 may continue to escape neutralizing antibodies induced by the vaccines against prior variants. Crushing fatigue, brain fog, trouble breathing, weeks after contracting COVID-19. Scientists call it a post-acute sequel of COVID-19. New research suggests that the coronavirus can invade and destroy the placenta and lead to stillbirths in the infected women. It's an uncommon outcome for any pregnancy, but women with COVID-19 face an elevated risk. Researchers in the 12 countries, including the United States, analyzed placental and autopsy tissues from 64 stillbirths and 4 newborns who died shortly after the birth. More shocking results was that the placenta that was infected and extensively destroyed. Many of these cases had over 90% of the placenta destroyed. Very scary. Is India starting to have a sharp rise in Omicron wave in the next few weeks? Here is what the experts say on the COVID-19 third wave. Chances of the third wave intensifying over the next 8 to 10 weeks looms. Omicron is now in the community transmission in India and has become dominant in the multiple metros. A report from the Indian SARS-CoV-2 Genomic Consortium, INSA-CoG. The country has reported 42.6 million cases, 0.9 million active cases. Omicron variant BA2 likely to severe as original, says WHO. The World Health Organization said it's premature for any country either to surrender or to declare victory. This virus is dangerous and it continues to evolve before our very eyes. WHO is currently tracking 4 sublineages of Omicron variants, including the BA.2. The comments come as the BA2 version of Omicron begins to replace the more common original BA1 version in many countries. It has been speculated that BA2 is even more transmissible than BA1. In Denmark, BA2 spread about 1.5 times quicker than BA1. It is already known that the original Omicron BA1 is itself more transmissible than the prior variant like Delta and Alpha. What is BA2? As viruses mutate into the new variants, they sometimes split on the branch of the sublineages. The Delta variant, for example, comprises 200 different subvariants. The same happened with Omicron, which includes the lineages BA1, BA2, BA3, and BA1.1.529. BA1 accounts for most of the cases. According to the WHO, nearly 99% of viral DNA submitted by the Global GIS-AIDS database were identified as this subvariant. The BA1 and BA2 are similar. They are 20 mutations apart.
Yes, as we are seeing how this BA2 is taking over the BA1, the original BA1, which is the cause for the initial Omicron virus. Now, the current world is facing the 2 pandemics altogether. One is by the Omicron and second is by the Delta variant, where the number of cases still found out to be Delta is taking the another one form also. So what is happening now in the world where this BA2 is already in the 57 countries? WHO has already stated. This Omicron was found in 11-12 weeks before, but now it is around 100 million cases are there across the globe. And there is another one chance of getting the Omicron back. Recently, the 2 junior doctors tested positive for the COVID-19 only 7 to 10 days after they recovered from the same infection. 14 days ago, the 2 doctors were symptomatic and test positive for the COVID. Subsequently, they tested negative, but after 7 days to 10 days of recovery, they began showing the same symptoms again. This include the fever, headache, body ache, and so on. So it shows the chance of people getting reinfected again. Now the new study has found out that 2 out of the 3 people who got Omicron says they have the COVID before. The findings came from the large continuous study. Reactive swab testing reveals that people are likely to catch the COVID again. They include healthcare workers and households with the children are a lot of members under the one roof. The latest finding for the last 2 weeks of 2022, based on about 100,000 polymer chain reactions, about 4,000 were positive, by far the highest rates seen since the pandemic began. And when a selection of them were sequenced to check what type of COVID was to blame, virtually all of them were Omicron. So now we have seen that the positivity rate or the death rate is around still less than 20%. But if you consider about the remaining 80%, they are in the highest risk of getting the Omicron back. So as we are discussing that 2 pandemics are going on all together, here is the Delta and Omicron is taking the new wave, where till now Delta variant is not moved out of the community now, but now the Omicron is taking the new route. So virologists say probably 2 pandemics going on side by side. So what is the solution now? What Devi is giving as a conscious solution now? Let us look into the solution which is given by the Devi Parashakti as a conscious solution to the 8 ways to protect ourselves from the Devi Para. So here, let us watch this video where Devi has given 8 ways to save ourselves from this pandemic.
Parashodasi Meenakshi, Parameshwari Meenakshi, Parashakti Meenakshi, இங்கு எழுந்து அருளினோம் எல்லோர்க்கும் ஞானமும் தன்மையும் தந்திட நன்மையெல்லாம் அளித்திட நாமே வந்தோம் இங்கு கைலாசத்தின் சுவாமினியாய் பரமசிவன் கிரகத்திருந்து நம் அனுக்கிரகத்தினால்
Solutions for sufferings of the Pralaya revealed by Parashakti. O humans, don't be scared of the deadly infection corona. Through these 8 ways: 1. Praying and meditating on me, surrendering to me through social media. 3rd, wherever I am residing, worshipping me by doing the fire walking. 4th, applying the turmeric in the chest, drinking neem juice, and meditating on me every day. Number 5, being in unclutched state, filling with eternal bliss. 6th, doing ajapa japa of the cosmic sound Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. 7th, with complete mind, apply banana peel and onion in the heels and going to the sleep. 8th, being in the state of beyond any remembrance or forgetting in the Arunachala Spurna that blossoms as the Aham in the state of Ananda Spurna. So with this, we will conclude this section.
Yes. With this, we come to the end of this segment. We'll be moving on to the next segment where we want to see the multiple offerings of Devi Parashakti after a short break. So we would like to have a short break. So we request each one of you to stay tuned.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to MahaKailasa. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to this section of social media, enriching and enreaching. So in this, we are going to walk you through the different ways of connecting with Devi Parashakti and Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And here you can also put your, share your gratitude, comments to Devi Parashakti. Let's look at the first channel of YouTube. On YouTube, you can connect with Devi Parashakti by going on YouTube and pulling up the Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda channel. And here, once you go there, you can click on join, and you'll be given options of different memberships. So once you subscribe for them, you join it, and then you can ask your questions, comments, boon request right here. And please make sure you click on the subscribe icon, the bell icon, so you will be notified when Devi Parashakti or Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism or different Bhav Samadhi darshans happen, and you'll be notified. So with this, let's enter the next way of connecting to Devi Parashakti on Facebook. Kailasa's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam is the official channel of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So here, please make sure you like and follow Kailasa's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. Once you do that, you can also check for the live Akashic reading feed. And once it is live, you can click on the write a comment button here in the bottom. And here you can submit your questions, boon requests, share your gratitude to Devi Parashakti. Now, we'll also show you how easy it is to change your Facebook cover image by a special Paramashivoham cover page. So first go to kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. This is the official site of Paramashivoham program. And here you can put your registration, request for intention, and then scroll down at the bottom. You will see you can upload the Facebook cover image in, so download that. It is something like this. And once you download that image, you can upload it into your Facebook cover image in your Facebook. With this, we go into Twitter. Twitter is widely used by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to reach millions. So here you can see the bell icon and following. So first, pull up Kailasa's SPH JGM HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam. Once you open this channel, the short handle for this is @Shri Nithyananda also. So once this page is up, then you can click on the ask your questions in the reply section of the tweet. So you put that in the ask the avatar, hashtag ask the avatar. So your questions will be routed properly to Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. With this, we move to the next method of connecting with Devi Parashakti on Instagram. On Instagram, the address of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is @Shri Nithyananda. Once you open the Instagram account, click on follow by clicking this button on Instagram. Then you can ask your questions, comments, boon requests, share your gratitude here in the first emicon in the comment section. Now we'll look at WhatsApp. So you can easily connect with Devi Parashakti through WhatsApp. First, you go to search kailasa.org. Once you open the kailasa.org web page, you can scroll down on the bottom left and you will see reply to Kailasa's support. And here you can enter whatever the comment, boon request you have with Devi Parashakti. With this, we conclude this section of social media enriching and enriching. And now we'll enter into a short break. We'll come back after few messages.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to MahaKailasa. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment.
Nithyananda, welcome back to the offerings to Devi Parashakti. In this section, we are going to show you the Charyapada, the section which will guide you the importance of why you need to do the offerings to Devi Parashakti, and then we'll show you the actual sevas and we'll give you the different Shastra Pramanas. So the first context for offering to Devi Parashakti is following. Dharmaya yashasirthaya kamaya svajanaya cha panchadha vibhajan vittam iha mutracha modate. The meaning of this verse is, one part should be used for dharma, dana, etc. Second, for yasha, public works which bring fame to oneself. Third, should be reinvested to generate more wealth. And fourth, for kama, enjoyment of material things. And the fifth, for one's family and friends. So 1/5, 20% should be donated for dharma. The next Shastra Pramana is from Dharma Shastra. Grahe dashagunam danam goshte chaiva shatadhikam punyatirtheshu sahastram anantam shiva sannidho. Dana given at home yields 10 times as much merit as when made elsewhere, 100 times when made in the Goshala, cow pen, 1,000 times when made in the sacred places, tirthas, and infinite number of times when made in the premises of Shivalinga, such as Shiva temples. The third context for Devi Parashakti offering is from from Brahmanda Purana. Danam trividamittetam kanishtham jeshtam atyamam tatra naishreyasam jeshtam kanishtham swartha siddhaye karunyat sarva bhuteshu samvibhagastu madhyamaha. Dana given in order to achieve moksha is considered the most valuable form. Dana given out of pity or kindness for others or for one's own kith and kin is considered to be of medium value. It is also called as Dayadanam. Dana given to achieve one's own selfish ends is known as the least valued of all. Now let's look at the first offering to Devi Parashakti. The Shastra Pramana for this offering is as follows. Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vasya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharadaradhya Sharvani Sharmadaini. So the meaning of the Shastra Pramana for the E-Hundi is as follows. Devi is fond of true devotion and realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion. She removes all the fears. If there is any fear in the minds of devotees, Devi is sure to remove the fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. The need for Devi worship becomes stronger towards the end of your life. The Shambhavi, consort of Lord Shiva, Sharada Aradhya, means worshipped by Sharada, Saraswati. Sharvani, wife of Lord Shiva. Linga Purana says Lord Shiva is called Sharva in the earth form. Sharmadaini, Devi, who bestows happiness on devotees. You can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your Kanika, and your name will be chanted out during the puja to Devi Parashakti. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the Sankalpa chanting. The nominal donation for this seva is $1. The Shastra Pramana for this seva is as follows. Tayye tan moyate vishvam, shaiva vishvam prasuyate, saya chitta cha vijjanam, tushta priddim prayashadi. The goddess enchants this universe, and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives the knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in materialistic sense. Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 34. When you offer the Sankalpa to Devi Parashakti, the conscious resolution, it blesses the person offering with all fruition of desires and wishes he is yearning for. Now, let's enter into the significance of the divine element gold.
Gold is present in all the scriptures, Agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, and Puranas. In all Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that the gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our being. In Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold, and ritual faiths were offered in gold bricks. When one was to save from the life-threatening illness, gold was offered as the ritual fee. The gold was in abundance and used for weighing, equipment, equal amounts of commodities, including cows, kingdoms, and were built in a huge doors of gold. The street would have huge columns, and a huge arch was made of gold. Houses and cows were dressed of gold. The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. This river was called as the Hiranyamaya, the river of gold in Rig Veda. The river Saraswati was called as Hiranyavardhani in Atharva Veda. The gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to your one you love and work. Temples are constructed and paved on gold. Deities are made in gold and decked in, adorned in gold, because it preserves the enlightened energy for thousands of years and it lasts forever. The first offering to Devi Parashakti in gold is Sahasraraman Swarna cows. The nominal donations are 75, 151, and $51. The Shastra Pramana is from Lalita Sahasranam, verse number 731 says, Nama Parayana Prita. She who loves, who likes repetition of her very own name. This is the offering of 1,000 names of Devi Parashakti. It is a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. Offer gold coin to Devi Parashakti to manifest any dimensional attribute here that you always wanted to imbibe within you. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl. The Shastra Pramana, the translation goes on as, I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garland of pearls and a face shining like a full moon, who wears anklers that are studded with the gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like a splendid of lotus, whose garlands are wishes and the daughters of mountain, who is worshipped by the goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. Offer the fingering with the pearl to the cosmic mother and experience the blessing and healing with your mother.
Now, let's enter the next offering of Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. The donation for this offering is 600 USD. The Shastra Pramana for this offering is as follows. Ashtaviddeshwaropeta kumbhavarna samayutam sarve sasutra vastradhya hema pankaja bhushita sapidana sakurascha pakva bilva phala prabha snapanadhyaya samsiddha pramanena samanvita. Kamikagma verse. All the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with lotus flower made of gold. There are hundreds of scriptural references for using lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves the consecration of deities, of worship, or the meditating on the mudras, asanas used during the worship, involve the lotus flower, lotus leaf, lotus pericarp, lotus petals. The lotus is the divine flower. Shakti of Paramashiva is also called as lotus. Base of Paramashiva Linga is lotus. The disciples of Paramashiva is also considered as lotus about to bloom. Offer the gold lotus in any size you wish to and express gratitude to the tyaga and sacrifice of your mother. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the golden toe ring. The donation is 750 USD. The Shastra Pramana is as follows. Nakhad diditi sanchanna namajjanata moguna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. You, whose brightness from the toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance of the minds of devotees who prostrate at your feet. You, whose brightness from your 2 feet overpower that of the lotus flower too. Offerings. So this is from Shloka 83 from the Saundarya Lahari, which states that the nails have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. Tamoguna is darkness. In this stotram, tamas is indicative of ignorance in the minds of devotees, and by constantly prostrating before Devi, their ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. The Swarnamethi, the gold toe ring. Offer the toe ring to Devi, adorning at the sacred feet, to be in the constant gratitude for receiving her blessings in even the most difficult aspects of our life. The final offering to Devi Parashakti is the golden Mangatika, the Chudamani. The donation is 750 USD. The Shastra Pramana for this is as follows. Sudha Sarabhivarshini, she who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from Sahasrahara, that is she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Mangatika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrahara chakra, which is fully opened. Offer the Mangatika to Devi and receive blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion. Offerings to the Guru. Now, we'll look at the Shastra Pramana for why we should do the offering to the Guru. The first Shastra Pramana is as follows, which gives the context of why we should be doing offering to the Guru. Na paduka paro manyo na deva Sri Guru para na shaktat para diksha na punyam kula pujanat. There is no mantra higher than the paduka, no God higher than the Guru, no initiation higher than the Shakti, and no merit higher than the Kula worship. This is from Kularna Tantra, chapter 12, verse 12. The next context is from Kularna Tantra as well. Rikta hastascha nopeyad rajanam devatam gurum falapushambharadini yatha shakya samarpaye evam yona charad devi brahma rakshasatam rajet. One should not approach royalty, the deity, or the guru empty-handed. He should offer fruit, flower, cloth, and the likewise according to his capacity. One who does not do so becomes a Brahma Rakshasa. So this is from Kularna Tantra, chapter 12, verse 120. The first offering to Devi Parashakti is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. The nominal donation for this offering is 1008 USD. The Shastra Pramana for this offering is as follows. Koti koti mantra japat, koti tirtha vagahanat, koti devachana devi, parasri paduka smriti. O Devi, remember this paduka which yields infinitely greater merit than billions and billions of mantra, japa, billions and billions of pilgrimages, and billions of worship. So this is, if you do the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, you will get the merits more than billions and billions of mantra japa and pilgrimages and worships all put together. This is from Kularna Tantra. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the Vastra Seva. The nominal donation is 1008 USD. So in the right side in this picture, you see Devi Parashakti is adorned with the Kashaya Vastram, which is very most sacred. And you can offer the same Vastra Seva and different Vastra Alankars and all that during the Vastra Seva. We have already looked at this Shastra Pramana, how the illuminating splendor of the Guru's toenails dispel the darkness of ignorance, and devotees prostrating at her feet. Her feet defeat the lotus in the beauty. And now we'll discuss about the Paramashivam level 3. So Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is blessing us with powerful initiations. Just last night, we had a very powerful initiation, and Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained the Avadhani Parampara, which was, he discussed elaborately yesterday. Paramashivam is an immersive 21-day awakening event to teach you the science of manifesting the ultimate consciousness in you. This Paramashivam manifests the deeper experience of the 25 states of consciousness, vertical time zones, and power manifestation. Join us for this grand event by registering at kailasa.org/Paramashivam. So get ready for the Mahashivratri, March 1st, and the opening ceremony of Paramashivam level 3. And now we'll guide you through this registration of offerings to Devi Parashakti. In the next video, we'll take you through these processes of Bhav Samadhi, Devi offerings, and the Sankalpa chanting. So here, So here in this video, you can see the first URL is tiny.cc/bhav-samadhi. And here you put your intentions for the offering. And you put your contact information, all that stuff. And then you select Bhav Samadhi Darshan. And here you will be selecting the different sevas. And once you select the seva, you can make sure you have the right quantity. Once you have the right quantity, you can proceed the chart. Take the chart card and you can go proceed to the checkout. So here you can enter your billing details. Now you put your billing details. And once you put all your credit card, debit card, all that information, you submit, place the order. And with this, we conclude. The final section is about the Sankalpa names. So in this, once the payment is done, you have to provide the names of your family members whose names will be chanted, and their Rashi and their Gotra and the puja which you just paid for. So once you select all three, you submit the details. And your puja will be conducted in Adi Kailasa. Also, you'll be notified when the puja will be there. With this, we conclude this section of Devi Parashakti. And we'll take a short break and we'll be back shortly.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to MahaKailasa. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashivam, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. make the future into present by being ferocious with your son. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater signs is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater signs of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to MahaKailasa. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashivam, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtam Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityanandam, did you know that every 2 weeks a language disappears, taking with it an entire cultural and intellectual heritage? According to the United Nations, multilingual and multicultural societies exist through their languages, which transmit and preserve traditional knowledge and cultures in a sustainable way. Languages, with their complex implications for identity, communication, social integration, education, and development, are of strategic importance for people and the planet. Yet, due to globalization processes, they are increasingly under threat or disappearing altogether. When languages fade, so does the world's rich tapestry of cultural diversity. Opportunities, traditions, memory, unique modes of thinking and expression, valuable resources for ensuring a better future are also lost.
And today, February 21st, is the International Mother Language Day, as declared by the United Nations. It is a day to promote linguistic and cultural diversity and multilingualism as a means of promoting, protecting, and preserving diversity of languages and cultures globally. Also, recognizing that genuine multilingualism promotes unity in diversity and international understanding. This goal is fundamental to the mission of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru MahaSannidanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this program is brought to you by Kailasa UN Mission in collaboration with the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for the Revival of Ancient Civilizations and the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Indigenous and Aboriginal Nations.
And your hosts for today's program on this International Mother Language Day are Her Excellency Ma Vijayapriya Nithyananda, Permanent Ambassador of Kailasa to the UN, as well as delegates from Kailasa, Ma Nitya Katitananda, and myself, Ma Nitya Swatantra Priyananda. And today we are honored to have with us our esteemed guest panelist, Professor James Andrew Cowell. Mr. Cowell is a professor of linguistics and faculty director of Center for Native American and Indigenous Studies. He works in the areas of linguistic anthropology and language documentation. He has worked primarily on Arapaho and also Gros Ventre and Miwok, and has an interest in Polynesia, Hawaii and Tahiti in particular as well. He has published numerous articles and books, as well as developing curricular material and websites for language and cultural learning and documentation. His current project is to develop a lexical database of Arapaho. Professor Andrew Cowell, we warmly welcome you to Kailasa's panel discussion, and we sincerely thank you for taking the time to join us today. And so before we start engaging into the much awaited discussion, let us watch a short video about who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Founder of Kailasa, Paramashiva, and his 1008th incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru MahaSannidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, the enlightened civilization, the greatest Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness was birthed by his predecessors of enlightened masters, great rishis, munis, siddhas, who predicted and recognized His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, as an incarnation of Paramashiva, as per the science of incarnation described in Hinduism. From his first Chaturmasya at the age of 3 in the year 1980 until the age of 16 in the year 1994, the Supreme Pontiff was trained for the revival of Kailasa. He began reviving Kailasa from the age of 16 after the coronation on the 25th May 1994. Kailasa that we see today is 26 years of sincere hard work of the reviver and Hindu diaspora all over the world. Building a nation is not a project accomplished overnight or by virtue of hope. Kailasa is the manifestation of 26 years of sincere hard work, sacrifices, integrity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru MahaSannidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, and the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the past 26 years for the enlightenment of humanity.
So on this important day of International Mother Language Day, we welcome each of and every one of you as we all connect on this day to reflect on two very important things. Firstly, the needs of the modern world when it comes to linguistic and cultural diversity. And secondly, the changes required to meet those needs. So why is it crucial now more than ever for us all to examine these points and take action? Well, let's look at the facts. So according to UNESCO, the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, fact number one, there are over 7,000 living languages, 7,097 to be exact. Fact number two, only a few hundred languages have genuinely been given a place in education systems and the public domain, and less than 100 are used in the digital world. Fact number three, 40% of the world's population lack access to education in their own languages, despite the fact that mother tongue-based bilingual education significantly enhances the learning outcomes of students from minority language communities. So we would like to ask you to think about a few things. Firstly, as a parent, how are you ensuring your mother language is preserved and passed on to the next generation? As teachers, as principals, and school administrators, do you encourage full respect for the use of mother language in teaching and learning? As a corporate or government leader, do your policies promote linguistic diversity? And as a community member or influencer, how can you embrace cultural and linguistic diversity in your community? So we encourage you to share your thoughts live on social media throughout the panel discussion.
Yes, thank you, Markatita. And so what is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is specifically doing to preserve mother languages and protect ancient cultures? In alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals of 2030, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has launched 108 humanitarian initiatives, the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations initiatives, to spread the great spiritual truths of Hinduism from its age-old scriptures, the Vedas and Agamas, all over the world. For instance, Hinduism is a totality of at least 10,000 indigenous traditions and nations. Through the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is working to revive all these traditions. And pertaining to linguistic and cultural diversity and the preservation of mother languages, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has launched the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Protection of Ancient Scriptures, the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Ancient Heritage, the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Consciousness Studies and Practice, the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Enlightened Culture and Arts, the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Enlightenment, the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations Nithyananda Hindu University, the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Education Reform and Development, the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Revival of Ancient Civilizations, and the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Indigenous and Aboriginal Nations. And these Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations initiatives for the protection of mother languages directly align to the Sustainable Development Goal number 4, which is to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all.
Thank you, Ma Vijayapriya. And on their page for intangible cultural heritage, UNESCO states, Constituting an essential part of an ethnic community, mother language is a carrier of values and knowledge, very often used in the practice and transmission of intangible cultural heritage. The spoken word in mother language is important in the enactment and transmission of virtually all intangible heritage, especially in oral traditions and expressions, songs, and most rituals. Using their mother tongue, bearers of specific traditions often use highly specialized sets of terms and expressions, which reveal the intrinsic depth oneness between mother tongue and the intangible cultural heritage. And in a webinar conducted on January 29th, 2022, as part of the celebration of Canada's Tamil Heritage Month, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism described the intricate relationship between language and culture as it relates to Hinduism. So let us watch a short clip.
Tamil Hindu civilization, which was originated, I should say, better word is gifted directly by Paramashiva himself. Paramashiva, the Almighty himself, assumed the Nijavatara, the human body, in the name of Irayanar, Sundaresa Peruman. He himself delivered this Tamil Hindu culture, which is absolutely enlightenment centric. The language in which he delivered the whole knowledge and the source of knowledge is Tamil. Tamil has three forms. Tamil in its script form is called Grantha script. When the Tamil language is used between human beings, fellow human beings, it's called the language Tamil. When the same Tamil was used to communicate with the beings from different planes, the beings from vertical time zones, Kailasa. So the method, vibration, the language modulation through which Tamilians communicated with the vertical time zone beings is evolved as Sanskrit. So please understand, Grantha script, Sanskrit verbalization, Tamil verbalization, all the three is from the source called Tamil. So the language Tamil is not just a language, it's a culture. Only if you understand the culture of Tamil, you will even understand the basic definition of the language Tamil.
So Professor Cowell, as the Professor of Linguistics and Faculty Director of Center for Native American and Indigenous Studies, we would like to ask you to share your insights about the following two questions. First, What would you say is the role of mother language in connecting us back to our roots? And second, what would you say is the status of many mother languages today?
Thank you for your kind invitation to participate today. I appreciate that. And in response to your questions, they're very good questions and they're very complex questions. In terms of the role of the mother language in connecting us back to our roots, as we've already heard today, indigenous traditions are in specific languages. And those traditions have evolved over hundreds or thousands of years. And those may be written traditions, such as, for example, a Sanskrit tradition, or we could look at Christian or Muslim traditions in the same kind of way. But you also have oral traditions, which have passed down knowledge and developed the equivalent of scriptures, even though they're not written, ceremonial prayers, songs, narratives, stories, and so forth. And those things have been, in some cases, memorized and passed down, or in some cases, they're not necessarily memorized, but they're still repeated over many, many generations. And as that happens, people think more and more in depth about what they're saying and about the form and the structure of their stories and their poetry and their songs. And those things become increasingly rich. And as we all know, just trying to translate a poem, for example, from one's mother language to another language, or from Hindi to English, for example, the rhymes don't translate, right? They rhyme in one language, but probably not in the other. Or if you try to preserve those rhymes, you don't preserve the exact meaning of the text. And so, and I've certainly found this with all the Native American languages I've worked with, as well as with Hawaiian and Tahitian, where you have chants and hula that have been passed down over many generations. Extremely rich network of language is developed to express thoughts and ideas, reflections, the rules and expectations of the culture. And once you try to translate those particular things, you simply lose all of that hundreds of years of intricate weaving that has occurred. And that's not to say that you can't translate things into another language and that they can't be understood on a basic level. But what I'm saying is that the actual connections between individual words that show the deeper meaning of the text, or in many Native American stories, there'll be 2 or 3 different parts, and each part is linked by a single thematic word that resonates back to the other 2 parts and ties the entire story together. But if you translate into English, for example, that translation loses that thematic word. It doesn't translate the same in the 3 sections of the story typically. And so the 3 sections fall apart in terms of their unity. So that's just a very specific example of the role of mother tongues in connecting us back to our roots. But there's many other things we could say here. Language is connected to identity. And if you lose your language, you lose a significant part of your identity. And I would also say that language helps tie people together politically and culturally, and gives them agency. It gives them the ability to act. People who speak the same language will often see themselves as part of the same group, and therefore will be more committed to that group. And that group then will have a stronger sense of unity that will allow it to have a role politically in its society, to act as a group. And that's a source of strength, both for the people in the group and for the group as a whole. And that strength is built around the symbolic meaning of that shared language. And again, I don't want to argue that just because you speak the same language, you all agree with each other. And unfortunately, in the world, we have seen many cases of civil conflict among people who speak the same language. So I don't want to overstate the case and argue that if everyone speaks the same language, that will solve everyone's problems. In fact, we want diversity. We want multiple languages. And I think that multiple languages and cultures are a strength for the world. So really quickly, just a couple of other things to say. As you've already said in the videos, getting an education in your mother tongue is very important. Not having that education in your mother tongue is a violation, I would say, of your human rights. It limits your educational potential. It limits your potential success in the world. Not being able to connect to the internet in your language means that you're not able to access a lot of different kinds of information and opportunities that you would need potentially to be successful. And so people who are excluded from opportunities, whether they're educational or informational, because their mother tongue is not being recognized, are really suffering, I would say, marginalization, politically, economically, socially, and so forth. And so, I'm kind of broadening the question a little bit here, but mother tongues, they connect us back to our roots, but they also give us a future. And in fact, those two things are the same. We want to carry our roots forward into the future. And the people who succeed, I believe, in it as young people and as they grow in life are people who have connections to those roots, and that gives them a strength to move forward. And so I don't think we can separate the roots of your past and the knowledge and traditions and the heritage you gain from your culture and your mother language from your success as a person moving into the future. So the problem, as your question too suggests, what would you say is the status of many mother languages today? They're being lost. And probably half of the languages in the world today are endangered. And by endangerment, I mean that either no children are now learning the language at home, or only a smaller minority of the children in a community are learning the language at home. So even if there are millions of speakers, if the children of this current generation are not learning the language, it is endangered, because transmission will stop. And it's just a matter of doing the math. 2 more generations, the people who are in their 20s or 30s will be in their 70s or 80s, and that will be the end of the language as those people pass away. So I think this is a major global crisis in terms of the loss of mother tongues at the present. I'd be happy to say a little bit more if you have any specific thoughts or questions.
Thank you so much, Professor Cowell, for sharing on the importance of preserving mother languages and for the importance of preserving diversity. As you said, it is a strength not only for the group speaking the mother language, but also for the society. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cowell and Maswatanta Priya. So we'd like to share a little bit about Sanskrit. So Sanskrit is one of the world's most ancient and complex languages. And Sanskrit language was termed as Devavani, or language of the gods. And the term Sanskrit is derived from the cojoining of the prefix sam, meaning samyak, which indicates entirely, and krit, that indicates done. Thus, the name indicates perfectly or entirely done in terms of communication. Reading, hearing, and the use of vocabulary to transcend and express an emotion. An extraordinary complex language with a vast vocabulary, Sanskrit, it is still widely used today in the readings of texts and hymns. So Hinduism's rich culture of the sampradayas, religious and spiritual traditions, is designed specifically for enlightenment, and the Sanskrit language is a key element for keeping the science of enlightenment alive on this planet. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares that he is not promoting Sanskrit language, but rather Sanskrit thinking. He explains the language with which you start thinking expands your ability to hold powerful cognitions. The language in which you think helps you in holding, manifesting powerful cognitions. So the language in which you think plays a major role in your enlightenment. If you start thinking in Sanskrit, enlightenment becomes too easy. Power manifestation is too easy. The language which is put inside you, which becomes programming of your natural relaxed state of existence, plays a major role in your manifestation of life. The relaxed, deepest core existence of you, the words it cherishes, is the blueprint of your life. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared this on August 1st, 2020.
Yes, thank you, Makatita. And as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained, Sanskrit expands our ability to hold powerful cognitions, to manifest powers, and to experience enlightenment itself. Keeping the Enlightenment science and the ecosystem alive is necessary for a sustainable future, and the Sanskrit language is an integral part of the equation. The sacredness and power of Sanskrit lie not only in its ability to convey a logical concept, but also in its phonetic importance as well. And let us watch a short video.
Almost all the enlightened traditions, all the enlightened masters, and the traditions created by them have worked on the sound. Sound is one of the important methods to awaken the higher consciousness in you. In the East, language is not used just to convey a particular meaning, a logical concept. The language is used for transmitting vibrations also. That is why we call Sanskrit. The word Sanskrit means refined, purified. The Sanskrit is not just linguistic, it has got phonetic importance also. Sanskrit is not the language just to convey a logical concepts, few words, few ideas which you think. It has got phonetic importance also. That is the reason no Veda mantra can be altered. Sometimes you may feel if you use some other word, the meaning will be more sharper, more clear, but you can't change the word. Even if you think, I think this word can express the truth in a much better way. I think this word can take us to more deeper level. Even if you think that way, you can't change the word. The Vedas, the Sanskrit verses are repeated same way. The other day I was reading a research report about so many different scriptures. The researcher says the less corrupted book on the planet Earth is Vedic scriptures. Less corrupted. Just because our devotion to that literature, with no printing media, with no other preservation system, except listening, except listening and repeating, there is no other preservation method for last 10,000 years, at least 10,000 years. The Vedic books, truths have been preserved without corruption. Even if some masters write commentary, they will say very clearly, this is mantra, this is my commentary.
And as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has explained, Sanskrit has a great phonetic importance, as sound is one of the important methods to awaken the higher consciousness. And on April 17, 2007, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, shared an experience from his own life where he witnessed how his guru, the Gupati Yogi, would break solid objects through the power of sound. And let us listen to a short video.
Once I brought coconuts from temple. Usually in temples, they will break coconuts for worship. And these young boys, their only work is go and collect that and bring it. I used to run for that coconut. They will break in front of the temple. So I brought little coconut for him to eat. He's a poor eater. He eats maybe once in 3-4 days. Once in 3-4 days he will eat something. So I collected some coconut and brought. He wants to break that coconut and make it more smaller pieces so that he can eat. I tried to find some stones here and there. I was not able to get any stone. The stones were too big. He just took the coconut in the hand and made a sound as if it was hit by a hammer. Just a hammer sound. Understand? He took the coconut in the hand through the tongue. He looked into the coconut, made a sound through the tongue, like a tuck. And the sound was so strong, the vibration was so strong, the coconut broke into pieces.
And Sanskrit also has a great effect on the brain. The vibrational quality of Sanskrit has an important impact on the brain. And so as Dr. James Hartzell, a world-renowned neuroscientist and a Sanskrit devotee, coined the term Sanskrit effect in the Scientific American Journal on January 2nd, 2018. His research revealed that the brain's gray matter density and cortical thickness increased in those who had learned and routinely recited Sanskrit texts. And the effect of Sanskrit on the brain was known by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from a very young age. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism relates how his guru, Raghupati Yogi, used to tell him that he will teach different yoga for different parts of the body. And that when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism asked him, what is the yoga for the brain? His guru, Raghupati Yogi, will categorically tell, chant Sanskrit, learn Sanskrit language, chant Sanskrit mantras. And he would insist that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism chants Surya Namaskar mantras during the postures. And also one very interesting fact is that NASA has adopted Sanskrit. In fact, NASA believes Sanskrit is the scientific language for computer programming and artificial intelligence, as explained by scientist Rick Briggs in his research article entitled Vedic Science, Knowledge Representation in Sanskrit and Artificial Intelligence.
Thank you, Priya. So it gets really exciting, the power of language. So the importance of the Sanskrit language in preserving and reviving the ancient Hindu Enlightenment civilization cannot be overemphasized. Whether it is the many ancient scriptures, Hindu scriptures written in Sanskrit, the vibrational quality of Sanskrit mantras, or the impact of those mantras on the brain, which was just described. The Sanskrit language is a powerful way to ensure an enlightened humanity and support a sustainable future. However, as we know, Sanskrit is on the brink of extinction, as reported by BBC News, Delhi on August 13th, 2014. Sanskrit is now spoken by less than 1% of Indians and is mostly used by Hindu priests during religious ceremonies. It is one of the official languages in only one Indian state, Uttarakhand in the north, which is dotted with historical Hindu temple towns. According to the last census, 14,000 described Sanskrit as their primary language, with almost no speakers in the country's northeast, Orissa, Jammu and Kashmir, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, even Gujarat. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recognizes the importance of preserving this most ancient and sacred language of Hinduism for the benefit of the entire world, which is why he's continuously using Sanskrit words and urges all his monks and the nuns to learn Sanskrit.
And one of the ways in which the destruction of a culture occurs is through linguistic genocide. On January 30, 2013, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has said, quote, I tell you, maintaining the language maintains the culture. I tell you, if you want to destroy a culture, just destroy the language. Over, end quote. Linguistic genocide is a central aspect of cultural genocide. The United Nations 1948 International Convention for the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide cites the following, quote, any deliberate act committed with intent to destroy the language, religion, or culture of a nation, racial or religious group on grounds of national or racial origin or religious beliefs, such as number 1, prohibiting the use of the language of the group in daily intercourse or in schools, or printing and circulating of publications in the language of the group. And number 2, destroying or preventing the use of libraries, museums, schools, historical monuments, places of worship, or other cultural institutions and objects of the group, unquote. Linguistic genocide happens across all indigenous cultures, and many, such as the Ho-Chunk nation, are striving to revive their language.
So let us first see how this linguistic genocide was perpetrated on the Hindu indigenous culture. And next, Professor Cowell will share how other indigenous cultures have undergone linguistic genocide as well. So invaders destroyed the ancient Gurukul education system, thereby removing the oral tradition of the guru-disciple relationship and preventing the widespread transmission of Sanskrit across the Hindu population. Sanskrit slowly morphed into a language spoken only by limited linguistic scholars and historians. Generations of Hindus were robbed of the opportunity of learning directly about their cultural identity, poetry, science, and religious scriptures, and were instead forced to rely on sanitized English translations that often served to enforce colonial narratives. Rather than learn their indigenous language, Hindus were instead compelled to undergo an English education to better conform to British rule.
So, in addition to the destruction of libraries, ancient universities, and ancient manuscripts on science, Vedic mathematics, Ayurveda, and astronomy, contributed greatly to the linguistic genocide of Hindu people. And one such example was the throne of knowledge, the Nalanda University, and the temple complex. This great library of Nalanda University was so vast that it is reported to have housed more than 9 million manuscripts. And Nalanda was ransacked and destroyed by invaders in 1193 AD, and the library burnt for 3 months after the invaders set fire to the building. Nalanda is but one example of Hindu art, history, literature, and spiritual teachings being put to the flame in an exercise of linguistic genocide and burning on a scale without historical parallel. So now I'd like to turn the discussion to Professor Cowell with a question. And Professor Cowell, based on your research and expertise in the field of Native American and indigenous studies and linguistics, how have indigenous cultures suffered linguistic genocide? And also, what are the repercussions of losing mother languages on an individual, community level, and society at large?
Well, unfortunately, linguistic genocide is something that's common around the world and has occurred throughout history. One example that I think of right away involves the indigenous Mayan people of Mexico. The Spanish arrived in the 1500s in the area of the Yucatan and Guatemala and Central America and Mexico. And the Mayans had a written tradition. It's very similar to what you just described with the library being burned in 1193. The Mayans had codices, which were written documents, and there were hundreds and hundreds of books that preserved Mayan traditional knowledge and poetry and literature and ritual. And the Spanish felt that these were all anti-Christian, and so they just tried to burn every single document of the Mayan language. And in fact, today there are only 4 codices that have survived from the 1500s out of, like I said, hundreds and hundreds. There were probably thousands of these, and it was almost completely destroyed by Spanish conquerors. So that that's one extreme case of linguistic genocide and cultural genocide. But many Native American communities, again, similar to what you described for India, were forced to learn English, or in some cases French or Spanish in school, and were not allowed to use their own indigenous languages in schools. In addition, genocide is something which can be both very brutal and very direct, but it can also be much more subtle. And so burning libraries is very direct, or preventing someone from using their language in school is also very direct. But indirectly, people were told that their language has no value, that their language is primitive, that it's insufficient, that it's not fully developed. And so they were made to feel inferior. Or they were made to feel that their language is inferior. And as a result, people would stop speaking their language because they were impoverished and they were marginalized, and they were being told the only way that you can get ahead in the world is to abandon your language, and that your language is holding you back. And so there are ideological arguments that are used with people to basically convince them on their own to abandon their own language. Those ideological arguments are false. It's not true that some languages are undeveloped or less simple or something like that, or that they're unable to express modern concepts, or that they're unable to evolve, but that's very often what's been claimed. Another thing I'd like to mention briefly is, especially coming from Europe, is an ideology that one language equals one country. So it's an ideology that resists multilingualism. People were told, if you know one language, it will prevent you from using another language. Or if you speak your indigenous language, you won't ever learn English well. And again, this is just not true. It's very well known that people who speak more than one language actually do better on cognitive tests in many cases, and even on tests of those languages, that the person who learns two languages may learn both of them together better than if they were only a speaker of one language. And so this is, I think, a really harmful ideology that's still widely circulated and widely used all over the world as an excuse to eliminate indigenous languages, native languages, sacred languages, whatever the case may be, because the argument is, well, if you know those languages, somehow you won't be able to speak English well. And that's just false. And I would argue that that also is a kind of linguistic genocide. So in terms of the repercussions of losing your mother language for the individual, community, and society at large, there's a loss of sense of identity. There's a loss of sense of dignity, of self-respect. People are made to feel that they're not worthwhile, that their communities aren't worthwhile. And so people suffer major psychological consequences from losing their mother language, on top of the obvious consequences of losing access to those traditional documents and knowledge and stories and the things we talked about earlier, the oral traditions of the communities. I think that it breaks down the society as a whole. Like I said earlier, it tends to reduce the amount of unity and cohesion and identity in that particular community. And then I think we could argue that the world in general loses because of this, that we face many problems in the world today. The more diversity we have, in my opinion, the more different societies are thinking about how to solve those problems, trying to come up with solutions. And to the extent that we eliminate languages and cultures and societies and eliminate diversity, we eliminate our ability to think about and possibly propose the full range of solutions we need to face the complex challenges in the world today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Cowell, for those insights. And what was really interesting that you shared the indirect forms of linguistic genocide, where people feel they are made to feel that their language is less than, and all the false ideologies. So thank you so much for sharing, for your sharing.
Thank you, Markatita and Professor Cowell. So, despite the linguistic genocide and the repeated attempts to suppress Sanskrit, the resilience of this indigenous language of Hinduism is explained by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. He explained that because Sanskrit, which is the linguistic wonder of the world, was created out of the magnetic field of completion, nothing could destroy it and nothing can kill it. And what are some of the initiatives undertaken by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to preserve Sanskrit and the Hindu culture? For the past 27 years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has worked tirelessly to revive the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation Sri Kailasa. As part of that work, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has several projects underway to ensure the ancient language of Sanskrit is preserved and the rich Hindu culture is kept alive. And some of the ways that he's doing it is through the Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu Digital Library, which is the world's largest knowledge center of source scriptures, original palm leaves, manuscripts, and books on Hinduism, dedicated to locate, acquire, collect, organize, preserve, spread the Vedas and Agamas, and sharing the 20 million Hindu scriptures. Till date, 15 terabyte of ancient scriptures and rare manuscripts have been collected and digitized.
And another way in which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is preserving mother languages is through Kailasa's Nityananda Hindu University, which is the world's largest Hindu university with extended campuses in 196 countries, with over 20 million enrollments, over 7,000 courses conducted free of cost in science of power manifestation, yoga, healing, health, and wellness, initiating and training. And today, over 20 million people express the powers of the third eye after being initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
And also we have the Kailasa's Nithyananda Sacred Arts, which focuses on the revival of the 64 sacred arts and sciences, such as Ayurveda, music, dance, sculpting, astrology, and vastu.
Thank you. And so this brings us to our third question for Professor Kowal. And Professor Kowal, based on your knowledge and experience, what would you say are the pathways to restore mother languages? And in your opinion, how important is the work that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing through Kailasa?
So this is a very challenging issue, is how to restore mother languages. As you just said, it's important to document these languages and to archive them and preserve them in that kind of way. And that's one thing I've done, is I've done video and audio recording of many of languages I work with, and make sure that those are preserved for the future. Because if we don't have models of the language or documentation, we can't really revive the language or restore the language. But there's more to it. People need to be able to live in the language. I think that's the single most important thing. In other words, they actually use the language on a daily basis, and it affects their thinking and the way they interact with people. And so how do we provide ways for people to actually live in the language? And so we really need to fight against those ideologies that argue that you have to be monolingual or you can't use two languages. And we really have to restore people's sense of pride and dignity about their language and their culture so that they will want to use it and feel comfortable using it. I also think we have to get language into education. That's really crucial. People need to be educated in their mother tongue in school, and learn the language throughout school, reading and writing ideally as well. So I would say those are really the key factors that are involved. Also, of course, there are government policies, right? If the government is not allowing people to use the language or not providing any resources in the language, it discourages people from doing so. So I think we need to recognize that governments need to invest in especially indigenous languages and smaller languages, which don't have the same resources as large languages, such as, say, English or Arabic or something like that. And we may need to invest more in those languages to keep them supported. And in your opinion, how important is the work that SPH is doing through Kailasa? I think this is very important. I think this is part of a movement that's going on all around the world, recognizing that so many of these languages are endangered, and recognizing that diversity is a good thing, that multilingualism is a good thing, and that we really need to make sure that as we globalize as a globe, that we don't lose the individual diversity that has made people strong through the centuries, and I believe will continue to be needed to make people strong. And so the work you're doing, both to preserve text and archive them, to bring attention to this issue more generally, and to encourage people to see the way in which language really can influence your life in positive ways as an individual, and also bring together communities and contribute, not just for the speakers of the language, but for others as well, who will receive the benefit of the ideas and information that the speakers have that they can share with others in their communities and their nations. I think this is extremely important.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Cowell. And I think you made one important point where you mentioned how the government, in some places are not in support of maintaining those languages. And this is why, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has founded the Sri Kailasa Nation, a place where we can revive the original Hindu education system, which is the Gurukul, where the indigenous languages and cultures can be taught, kept and preserved, for the future generation. So thank you so much, Mr. Cowell, for your sharing.
And as we come to the end of today's panel discussion, there's a beautiful quote from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that we would like to share with you. He says, quote, "They say language itself is God. No, language itself is not God. Language is the prism through which you can experience God and everything. When the divine decided to enjoy itself, its own extension is language. When Mahadeva decided to enjoy himself, his own extension, Devi, is language. That is why we call in Sanskrit, the Vedic tradition, language as matruka, mother. Language is mother. Consciousness is father. Language is biomemory. Consciousness is bioenergy." And this was revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on March 6, 2013. And on behalf of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa Nation, we would like to sincerely thank you, Professor James Andrew Cowell, for being here and for sharing your valuable insights and contribution to today's panel discussion. It was a real pleasure to host you, and we wish you continued blessings and support as you continue the good work that you do. And as we close today's presentation on the International Mother Language Day, we would like to thank all the viewers from around the world for tuning in live and for your participation. We hope that today's panel discussion was as enriching to you as it was to us, and it is with great pleasure that we warmly invite you to join us to Kailasa's grand celebrations of Paramashivaratri, which will happen on March 1st from 11 p.m. Indian Standard Time until 2 a.m. Indian Standard Time. And so on this auspicious day, March 1st, the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa will be hosting Global Conclave on Zero Discrimination Day, as well as Kailasa Om Awards ceremony. And Professor Cowell, we are of course extending this invitation to you, and we hope to see everyone then. So let us now end with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadhaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
Thank you so much, Professor Cowell, for joining us and for sharing.
I think you're still on.
Oh.
Thank you very much. That was extremely interesting.
Thanks so much, Professor Cowell. Thanks. Learned quite a lot, and I hope what was shared too was quite informative to you and helpful.
Yes, it was.